All rise.
Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning and welcome, everyone. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-07, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Mr Guzzatti and Gucati&Haradinaj.
Will the prosecutor please introduce the members of your team?
Good morning, Your Honor. For the SPO are present today Mr. Alex Whiting, Deputy Prosecutor, Mr. James Patch, Associate Prosecutor, Mr. Matthew Halling, Associate Prosecutor, Ms. Line Pedersen, Case and Evidence Manager, and I'm Valeria Bollici, Prosecutor.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. Mr. Rees.
My name is Jonathan Rees, Queen's Counsel. I appear for Mr Guzzatti. I'm assisted by co-counsel Mr Hugh Bowden and Miss Eleanor Stevenson. I'm also assisted by Miss Faye Wigmore, Mr Joseph Bowden and Mr Muremi Halilai.
Thank you, Mr. Rees.
Your Honours, I'm Jonathan Warboys, co-counsel for Mr Haradinaj. In the room today, I'm joined by Ms Miriam Boxberg and Ms Chelsea Chu. On the screen, you have Mr Cadman, Mr Buckley, Mr Berisha, Mr Solimu, and Ms Rodrigo. And, Your Honours, before I commence, there is one matter that Mr Cadman would like to address you on, which I think you're aware of, given the health considerations of our team. And with Your Honour's permission, I'll pass over to Mr Cadman to make those submissions, but I, of course, remain able to assist the court further if required.
Go ahead, Mr. Cadman. Turn your microphone on, Mr. Cadman.
Good morning, Your Honour. I hope you're all able to hear me. My voice is a little bit shaky this morning.
We can hear you fine.
As Mr. Warboys has said in his introduction, I'm having to join you remotely today because in some unfortunate circumstances, following the hearing on Friday, I tested positive for COVID-19 and have been suffering from fairly severe symptoms since then. As things currently stand, I'm still suffering from breathing problems, persistent cough, intermittent fever, and a general lack of energy and lack of ability to concentrate. And further to the email communication that we had with the court staff over the weekend, I'm formally seeking an application to adjourn the current proceedings, I would say on a temporary basis, so that I'm able to take instructions from Mr Haradinaj. As you can see, Mr Haradinaj is also in quarantine. We had expected him to be in court today. I've not been able to speak to Mr Haradinaj over the weekend. I had requested to speak to him over the telephone, at least to inform him of my present circumstances. The situation is aggravated by the fact that Mr Buckley, who is in the United Kingdom, his daughter has tested positive, and under the current rules, he is not allowed to travel for 10 days. His wife is now displaying symptoms, and it may well be that Mr Buckley very soon starts to suffer from some symptoms as well, and so that will prolong the period of time for which Mr Buckley, as the next senior counsel, would be able to be in court. That causes obviously great difficulties for us. Other members of the team, as you can see, Your Honour, are appearing remotely from the hotel on my instruction because they were in close contact with me on Friday. And whilst they have not displayed any symptoms, it is likely, because of the incubation period, 4 days for COVID to show. I thought, in the interest of not putting anybody in any danger at the court, that they should not attend court today until they've had a negative PCR test after the 4th day of exposure to me. Your Honour, there are 5 simple reasons, and I will try to go through it as quickly as I can, as to why an adjournment is necessary. At this stage, I'm only seeking a temporary adjournment to be able to hold a Zoom conference with Mr Haradinaj, so I can take full instructions on whether he wants to proceed or whether he wants me to make a longer adjournment application. It is unforeseen and certainly exceptional circumstances that any application would have to be made. But I would say, first of all, that Mr Haradinaj is not present. We're not able to take any instructions from him in court. Our translator, even if Mr Haradinaj is in court tomorrow, our interpreter, investigator may not be able to attend tomorrow because of the time period for which he has to wait for a PCR test. This means that it is not possible for me or my team to take instructions from Mr Haradinaj, and that is a fundamental problem that goes to the heart of the defence. As I've said, our team is limited to 3 members in court today, one of whom has only recently joined the team in October 2021. I accept that he is appointed as specialist co-counsel, but he has only recently joined the team. It would not be appropriate for him to take the burden of having to continue in my absence or Mr Buckley's absence. As we know, I will not be able to follow these proceedings in private session, and I will only be able to identify what has been stated in private session if, as and when we receive a transcript of the proceedings. And that makes it very difficult to proceed on that basis. There is also no guarantee that other members of the team will not develop further symptoms, and we would say that we cannot guarantee that none of them will develop further symptoms, and this goes to the core of the quality of arms, which forces the defence to proceed in these circumstances. Secondly, whilst I do have specialist counsel, I am alone responsible for the conduct of litigation as lead counsel in these matters. I cannot presently perform my function as specialist counsel properly because I'm not well enough to lead Mr Haradinaj's defence as of today. Now, my condition may improve over the next 24, 48 hours. I do not know. I cannot communicate with Mr Haradinaj properly or at all. I cannot be in court because I'm in government-mandated quarantine, and I will be so for at least the next 7-10 days. I've been informed this morning that once I am 24 hours without symptoms, as long as it's 7 days after the first date of reported illness, then I'm permitted to leave quarantine. I understand, and it is unfortunate that these proceedings are only listed for this week, and it means that I would be out of action for the entirety of this week. But most importantly, because I'm appearing remotely, as I've said, I will not be privy to the closed sessions, which have, as your honours will be more than aware, become a central feature of this case so far and is likely to feature in the defence case. What I would say, furthermore, there's no prejudice to the defence in giving them adjournment of a short duration, nor the SPO, nor the specialist chambers. As for the defence, I will take formal instructions from Mr Haradinaj, as this matter has been ongoing for some time already, and I will need to take instructions as to whether he seeks a further adjournment or whether he is, in order to maintain continuity of legal representation, or whether he is happy for us to proceed in these exceptional circumstances. I cannot say that at this time because I've not had an opportunity to discuss it with him. And the first that he will know that I am in this position is this morning hearing me say this. I've not had any opportunity to communicate that to him. I understand that a short adjournment is not opposed by the parties. And again, we're only seeking an adjournment so that I can hold a Zoom conference with Mr Haradinaj and with Mr Berisha so I can take formal instructions. What I would say in short, there's no reason why the trial panel should not grant such an adjournment. And respectfully, I would say forcing the defence to continue in these circumstances, the trial panel would risk not only safety, but also undermining the interest of justice. And let me conclude by saying this, I'm consciously aware of the competing interests to move this case forward, none of which, in my respectful submission, justifies proceeding at this stage. Again, I'm only seeking a short adjournment, which I'm sure I will be able to organise during the course of today. It is not a matter that I think that we can start and then I take instructions during the break. I'm asking for the matter not to proceed, for me to take formal instructions from Mr Haradinaj, and then for me to report back to the court. Your Honour, unless I can assist you any further, those are my submissions.
Thank you. Prosecution, wish to respond?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. First of all, we are sorry for the current situation Mr. Cadman is in, and we wish him a speed recovery. We do not oppose a very short adjournment in order for the counsel to communicate with his client and receive further instructions. We hope that this communication can be organized in the next hour or so, and that we could receive further information from Mr. Cadman about what his requests are, and we respond to that once a request is formulated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolici. Mr. Rees?
Your Honour, we are, of course, anxious to make progress, but we do understand Mr Cadman's position. We do think that his request for a short adjournment to explain the position to his client and take instructions is not an unreasonable application at all. Like Ms Bolici, we would hope that any remote conference between Mr Cadman and Mr Haradinaj could be arranged at short notice. It could take place quickly and we might be in a position to proceed shortly, perhaps by the within the hour.
Thank you, Mr. Rees. We will adjourn for 1 hour. Mr. Cadman, the court officer, has indicated that they can make those arrangements. We will reconvene at 11:45, 15 minutes until to 11, and we join also in hoping you all are well soon, and see you at 11:45.
Thank you, Your Honour.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. All right, Mr. Cadman, we're back in session. Could you update us on your discussion?
Thank you, Your Honour, and thank you for the time. Obviously, I've only had a brief opportunity to take Mr. Haradinaj through these matters. He has expressed his, I would say, similar concerns that I have in being able to properly proceed with this matter. He believes that he's going to remain in quarantine for the next 2 to 3 days. I explained my situation to him in some detail and the fact that I'm not present, Mr. Buckley is not present, and a significant part of our team may be prevented from attending for at least the next couple of days whilst we're waiting the outcome. Obviously, Mr. Haradinaj, as do all of us, want these matters to proceed, and I hope whatever application I make is not interpreted as in any way seeking to delay these matters. Mr. Haradinaj has expressed his desire throughout these proceedings for them to progress expeditiously, and we have at all times tried to ensure that is followed. But of course, the only consideration that Your Honour and the court should have is ensuring that Mr. Haradinaj is guaranteed a fair trial. The convenience of the court, the scheduling, and the parties should play no part. It is whether Mr. Haradinaj can be guaranteed a fair trial, and not having me present will not guarantee him a fair trial. Now, I'm not seeking to delay these matters extensively. My co-counsel, Mr. Warboys, has been in contact with the court. There may be the possibility of securing a laptop that I would be able to follow the private sessions. That is my major concern, is not being able to follow the private sessions. Obviously, we want things to proceed, but we want things to proceed in a way where we can properly take instructions and Mr. Haradinaj can properly participate in his trial. I would therefore seek to adjourn these matters for 2 days to Wednesday. First of all, so that my health condition can improve by that time, and hopefully Mr. Haradinaj will be out of quarantine. Mr. Berisha will be out of quarantine, and so we will be able to have daily contact with Mr. Haradinaj in court. We don't consider this to be an unreasonable request. I think that, well, I'm asking you to take the request seriously, that we cannot proceed under these circumstances, and it is a very limited delay that we are seeking. Obviously, if you're not with me on that, then I will come back to you on potentially some other ways that we can remedy the situation, but that is my application, to adjourn these matters until Wednesday.
Thank you, Mr. Cadman. Prosecution, do you wish to respond?
Your Honor, the prosecution notes that in the Haradinaj defense there are currently 2 co-counsel available, one available online and one present in court. The co-counsel present in court is in the position to follow the private sessions, and for this reason there is no justification for a delay of the scheduled hearings. We defer in any event to the trial chamber's consideration of this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Balizzi. Mr. Rees, anything to respond?
As I have said before, I have some sympathy with Mr. Cadman's position. We are anxious to proceed, though, and if the major concern is the inability of Mr. Cadman and those online to follow matters in private session, there seems to me to be an easy answer, which is we don't go into private session. We submit that Mr. Guzzatti's evidence should be heard in public session and in public session in full. We submit that we can proceed properly on that basis.
Anything further, Mr. Cadman?
Well, Your Honour, I maintain our position that it is not appropriate to continue in these circumstances. I maintain that, and I'm frankly concerned if the court is to proceed in these circumstances. Obviously, what Mr. Rees has said is very important. We have both stressed on behalf of Mr. Haradinaj and his co-accused that these proceedings should be in public as far as possible. I see no reason why any of Mr. Guzzatti's evidence should go into private session, but I cannot predict that Your Honours will to go into private session for any of the defence witnesses coming forward. So I maintain my concerns.
It seems like the biggest stumbling block here is the private sessions. But Mr. Rees, that's somewhat in your hands. The other day you mentioned some names that we would not allow again. And if you did want to mention those names, which I really don't understand why they are even relevant to your defense at this point, you'd have to go into private session. Do you intend to bring up matters that you could reasonably anticipate the court would want to go into private session? I mean, they're your questions that you're going to ask this witness.
And our position is, as far as I can reasonably anticipate, Mr. Guzzatti's evidence will be heard in public and in public session.
Do you intend to use any names of parties, of people whose names first appeared or appeared in the batches?
Any names that will be mentioned are names that have been mentioned in public, in full, in public articles that are presently available online.
Mr. Rees,
you know
that's not my question. My question is, do you intend to use any names in your direct examination that are names that were in the batches?
If I was shown the batches, I'd be able to answer, Your Honour, wouldn't I? But I haven't seen them, so I can't say.
All right, Mr. Cadman, the panel cannot entertain your request for the following reasons. First, it is apparent to us that you are able to communicate with your client either via phone calls or Zoom links. Secondly, you can attend these hearings remotely. In relation to this attendance, the panel makes the following observations. This institution, including this panel and the registry, have a duty to ensure the security and efficiency of the proceedings. One aspect of this duty is to make sure that confidential or non-public information is protected at all times. During hearings, we go into private sessions when we want to protect such information. Now, during these private sessions, the registry needs to make sure that confidential information is not exposed in any way. The registry can do that in relation to this courtroom and in relation to video link testimony as provided in the practice direction on video links, but it cannot ensure the security of information via Zoom links because it cannot generally be present on the other side, wherever that may be, to carry out the kind of assessment that it does for a video link. And I assume that you understand that in your current situation, no registry staff should be exposed to go to your location and set up a video link. This is not whether we trust you or not. This is about the duty of this institution to ensure that remote links into this courtroom are at all times safe. Since the registry cannot ensure that the location from which you are participating is not exposed in any way, we cannot allow you to participate in private sessions. Thirdly, the panel understands that you have access to the real-time transcript and can follow what is being said during these private sessions. So you are in fact privy to the content of the private sessions. Lastly, you have co-counsel in this courtroom whose responsibility is to represent your client regardless of when he was appointed to do so. And we know that you are perfectly capable of exchanging emails with your colleagues in the courtroom during private sessions and to give them instructions. Also, and I will come to this in a moment, we are hoping that there won't be many private sessions necessary in the coming days. So we will proceed. Mr. Reese, on Friday in your opening statement, you mentioned a number of names, some of which were names that had been in the documents seized in the various batches. The panel decided that rather than picking and choosing which of these names could not be uttered in public session, we would allow you to complete your opening statement. However, during the evidentiary stage of your case, we caution you to refrain from mentioning these names, with the exception of Mr. Vukovic, whose status and cooperation with the SITF is public. Whether these names are protected or not is something that the panel needs to decide at the end of this trial, so let's not put the cart before the horse. Furthermore, we note that the prosecution does not appear to take issue with your suggestion that some of the individuals you named either cooperated with the SITF or the SPO investigations, or were sought as witnesses in that context. And you are an experienced counsel, and you know how to ask these questions without saying the names. You bring up a document, you ask the witness to read it and acknowledge that he or she sees the name without saying it, and then you ask your questions. Your points will still come through even without the names. Of course, if the questions would give away the identity of the person, we will have to go into private session, but we are trying now to minimize that also in view of your colleagues in the Haradinaj defense team. Are we clear? Everybody clear on these? Mr.
Yes,
Reese? Thank you. 3 more points. Further to what was said during the defense preparation conference, the panel invited both defense teams to file bar table motions if they so wished. We just want to note that you can also, of course, tender exhibits through your witnesses if that is your preference. We also ask you to refer to the specific page or paragraph number of documents that you show to the witnesses, and to refrain from tendering lengthy statements, especially when only a specific part has been used with a witness. We also ask counsel for both sides to be mindful of our repeated indication that we will not admit evidence of a just war or about crimes committed during the Kosovo conflict, nor allow questioning of such issues as they are irrelevant to the present proceedings. Therefore, we ask once again that you focus on the facts and circumstances relevant to this case. Just before we go on, I will issue an oral order on the application of the Gucciatti defense for the video link testimony. On November 15th, 2021, the Gucciatti defense filed an application to call 2 unidentified witnesses via video link. On 29 November 2021, the Gucciatti defense informed the panel that it withdrew one of the witnesses for whom the video link was requested. On December 3, 2021, the panel excluded the proposed testimony of defense witness 1253. The panel notes that the outstanding video link application concerned defense witness 1253. For the above reasons, the panel considers at this stage the application for video link testimony is moot. This includes the oral order. Today we start the hearing of the evidence in the Gucciatti defense. The panel plans to sit on all 5 working days of this week. Today we will have somewhat shortened time because of the consideration each of you gave to Mr. Cadman having an opportunity to meet with his client on video link. Next week we will sit on the 16th and 17th of December, that is Thursday and Friday. On Friday of this week, we will only sit for the first 2 sessions. Any change in the schedule will be duly notified to the parties, and the first witness today is Mr. Gucciatti. Madam Court Usher, you may please escort Mr. Gucciatti to the witness stand. Mr. Gucciatti, please join us up here. Please remain standing, Mr. Guccatti. The court usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take. The court usher has provided you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of the rules. Please proceed.
Good day. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge. I will swear that I will say only the truth.
You may be seated. Mr. Guccatti, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last at least 2 days. As you may know, your counsel will be asking you questions first, and once he is done, the prosecution has the right to cross-examine you. The Haradinaj defense may also elect to ask you questions, and members of the panel may do so as well. The defense estimate for your examination is 2 to 3 hours. The SPO estimate is around 10 hours. The panel may also redirect examination if conditions for it are met. And we understand that you have some issues with your leg, and once in a while it is necessary for you to stand. And we want you to know that you can do that. You will have to make an adjustment to the microphone if you do need to stand. But please feel free to do that if you feel the need. Please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question, or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. Please also speak into the microphone and try to wait about 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to keep up with you. During the next days, while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony, including your counsel. However, you are allowed to speak to your counsel on matters not related to your testimony. If any person asks you questions about your testimony, please let us know. Mr. Reese, before we start, do you plan to tender your client's statement at the end of the examination in chief?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Reese, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honour. So can I begin, please, by asking that the statement of Mr Guzzatti is available. It begins DHG 0472. And for Mr Guzzatti, we have an Albanian version that's typed. The Albanian version is also in the presentation queue at DHG 0455. Can I provide that, please, to Mr Guzzatti? So, Mr Guzzatti, can you look, please, firstly at the end of that statement? At the last page, there's a signature on that statement, is that right?
Yes, it's right.
Po imi.
Yes, it is.
November 2021, yes?
Po.
Yes.
The contents of the statement to be true?
Çdo send që shkruar në
Yes, everything that's written there is true, and the signature is mine is true.
X, what you will say in the course of direct examination, is that right?
po.
Yes.
So, let me begin by some straightforward matters of background. Your date of birth is the 30th of March 1967, is that right?
Sixty 67, yes, 30th of March 67.
Village of Marine in the municipality of Skenderai.
Po.
Yes.
Married since 1985 to your wife, yes?
Po.
Yes.
Have Mr Guzzatti?
Unë kam po
I had 8 children. One died in 2006 of leukemia. Now I have 7.
And your eldest child? How old is your eldest?
fëmija më e madh mosh
My eldest child is 35 years old. She is married.
Your youngest child? How old is your youngest child?
tash e kam djalin më të vogël ka
My youngest child, Korabi, is about 25 years old.
You grew up in Pei, is that right?
po qysh
Yes, since when I was young, sometimes in 68, my father worked there, so I've been living in Pay since 68.
And after school, you went to college in 1985 to study commercial studies. Is that right?
po vërtet.
Yes, that's right.
When you married in 1985, where did you set up the family home?
Në vitin
In 83, we moved in Marine, Skanderai commune. I was married in September, on the 1st of September 85.
And your family home in Marine, what type of property is that?
ishte shtëpi dy koce,
It is a 2-story house with 6 rooms.
And do you remain living in the same home?
jo se një
No, because the house that was built by my father was burned down like the entire village in 1998 on the 3rd of August. The entire Marine village.
Between 1989 and 1991, did you work?
po unë kam punu një
Yes, I worked for a while in Mitrovica. In 91, I was the last generation to be drafted in the Yugoslav army. I was forcefully drafted. They took me away from my workplace and they recruited me for the Yugoslav army.
Were you asked to fight at any point for the Yugoslav army?
po.
Yes,
Unë kam qenë
I was member of the Yugoslav army,
shkurt vitit 91,
GNA, and I was in Varaždina, Croatia, barracks. It was called Gradski Partizan at that time. And they sent us to protect Yugoslavia from the foreign enemies in Slovenia. It was about June, I think, 1991.
How long did you remain there with the army?
I remained in the army about 9 months, 8 months actually. Oh, no, sorry, about 6 months. Then on the 28th of July, 91, I deserted.
Why did you do that?
Because I saw what Milosevic and Serbs were pursuing. I didn't want to be an enemy of any people in the Balkans or in Europe, so I wanted to desert the Yugoslav army. I didn't want to be a victim of Serbia or to cause victims to others.
Where did you go when you left the army barracks?
After deserted, I and some other Albanian friends that left the Yugoslav army, I went to a cousin of mine in Slovenia where I stayed for about 6 weeks, and then I returned to Kosovo and joined my family.
Between 1991 and 1994, did you live peacefully at home in Kosovo?
Not only me, but others too didn't live peacefully because we are subjected to the extreme measures by the butcher regime of Milosevic. Not only myself, but many other youngsters left Kosovo and went abroad because many citizens were mistreated. My house was raided 2 times. In 92, they wanted to send me to the court-martial because of my desertion. And the second time, it was in 94, when my father and my cousins were mistreated. Could the witness be asked to slow down when he speaks, please?
Interpreter has asked you just to slow down the pace, okay?
Thank you.
What happened to your father?
My father was captured in Skandera, then called Srbica. He was detained for over 72 hours at the police station, and he was so badly beaten that he lost consciousness. My uncle Shaban and his son Shahin were also taken by the police, so 3 members of my family were mistreated by the police.
You mentioned earlier that your village was subject to a burning. Do you remember the year that took place?
Yes, the village was burned on the 3rd of August, 1998. It was a very large-scale offensive undertaken by the Serb army and Chetniks. They attacked many villages. I couldn't catch the name, sorry.
Did the Serbs return to your village the following year?
Your Honor, if I may, I would just like to raise an issue of relevance of this line of questioning in light of the trial panel guidance that was issued earlier this morning. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we've allowed you a certain amount of leeway, but we really need to focus on the substantive part of his witness statement and not the nature of the war, which really doesn't have much relevance to the proceedings today.
In my submission, it has relevance to Mr Guzzatti. Part of the exercise of calling a witness to give testimony is so that you, as a trial panel, learn who he is and can judge his credibility in light of the knowledge as to the person that he is. So I do not intend to take much time. Your Honours have the assistance of full and complete disclosure from us as to the course of his testimony, but I do wish to take a little bit further time, just allowing him to explain to you who he is, and where he has come from.
That's why I said we have allowed you a little bit of leeway, but we expect you to bring that to a close and go on with the rest of the statement soon.
I understand that, Your Honour, but I'm very grateful. Thank you. Mr Guzzatti, can I just remind you, it's important to slow down when you give your answers. I think the interpreter missed a name that was mentioned previously. So just take it slowly. Let me ask you again. Did the Serbs return to your village the following year?
Yes, the Serbs returned. A colleague of mine was killed, 4 persons were wounded, and Hayriye Mziu, a citizen who about 94 years old, was killed on the same day. Zenel Mziu was the other killed.
Did you join the KLA?
Po, është e vërtet?
Yes, I joined the KLA at the end of 97.
And did you serve as a soldier during the war?
Po.
Yes.
Did you fight in a battle in Marine itself?
Po, ka marrë pjesë.
Yes, I personally took part in the offensive of the 3rd of August 98.
Did you suffer a loss during the course of that battle on the 3rd of August 1998?
Po të nderuam.
Yes, we had losses. A colleague of mine, Zenel Mziu, he was a last year university student. Hayriye Mziu was also killed. She was paralyzed, and she was killed with an axe. So 13% of the citizens of Marine were killed. 9 were disappeared. Among them is my Halim Guzzatti, my cousin. So 39 were killed, 11 went missing.
Did you yourself suffer any injury during the war?
Po, unë
Yes, I was injured on the 2nd of June in the last offensive of 99 by Frankie's unit in Berisha Mountains in a place called Guri I Vogël above Lapushnik.
Where on your body did you suffer that injury?
unë jam I plagosur.
I was injured in my right leg, in femur. I sustained 27 surgeries.
Where were you treated?
Trajtimin
I was treated the first day in our improvised hospital in Berisha Mountains. The second treatment was given to me in the military hospital in Tirana on the 8th of June, airlifted by the British forces to Tirana. They had brought aid for the citizens, so they took me and two others to Tirana for treatment.
Did you remain in Tirana for the entirety of your treatment or not?
Io në Tiranë kam
No, in Tirana I remained until about the mid-June of 99. Then my family came and fetched me and took me to Pristina hospital, where I stayed about 3 days. And then after that, they sent me to Munich, Germany.
You told us that you had a number of operations then on your leg, is that right?
po vërtet.
Yes, it's true. I had 27 operations, all in all.
And over what period of time?
Fundi korri.
End of July and the entire year until December, I had about 12 operations in Germany in the same hospital. After, in 2000, I also had another operation in Germany, and then I was operated in Turkey, Istanbul, in a Turkish American hospital there. In 2015 or 16, I am not very sure, the last operation I had was in Kosovo.
Do you still suffer consequences from that injury?
Po, unë
Yes. I was supposed to have another operation last year, but I came here, and so I couldn't do that.
So you are still awaiting further surgery on your right leg, is that right?
këto kanë
Yes, this is proven also by Dutch doctors. I've been to hospital for checkups, and this is true. You can prove it with relevant documentation. I do need to undergo another operation.
Following your treatment in Germany and your return to Kosovo in 2001, did you become involved with the KLA War Veterans Association?
po pas u ktheva në
Yes, after my return from Germany in 2001-2, I was elected chairman of the War Veteran Association for Drenica zone.
How long did you fulfill that role for?
në
In Skanderaj, I was chairman of this association for 3 mandates in Skanderaj.
Does the War Veterans Association have a central committee?
po në organizator është kryesi.
Yes, there is the presidency, the leading council, the structures that we have to lead this organization.
And presumably the headquarters are based in Pristina, is that right?
Po, selia qendrore
Yes, the headquarters is based in Pristina. We are branches covering all the cities, so we cover all Kosovo.
Do you recall when you became involved in the national organization as well as the regional organization in Drenica?
po ralun
Yes, in 2002, I was member of the presidency in Pristina.
Have you remained a member of that Central Committee since?
Until 2017, I was member of the Central Committee. On the 15th of October, I'm chairman of the veteran organization at the central level.
Is that position an elected or appointed position?
It is elected. Delegates are elected by all branches. They come to the assembly, and the assembly elects the chairman of the KLA War Veteran Organization.
What are the general duties of the chairman of the KLA War Veterans Organization on a day-to-day basis?
In general, if I may, I would like to explain. The chairman is responsible for protecting the interests of the veterans of the organization, taking care of their economic and social welfare, meeting other institutions, government, president, parliament, is involved in the drafting of laws on the veterans. We organize academies for the martyrs of the nation and other things that the chairman and the presidency are involved in.
To what extent does the chairman assist individual veterans? I say the chairman and the association in general. How does it help individual veterans?
In real terms, we are registered as a non-government organization, and usually we apply to the Prime Minister's office or the President's office or the Minister of Finance to assist veterans, especially when they need to go abroad for medical treatment, or those who are in difficult economic situation. This is one of the main tasks for the chairman. But also the chairman pressures, in a way, the members of parliament to draft proper laws to protect the veterans, for them to enjoy their rights.
The War Veterans Association is a member of the World Veterans Federation, is that right?
Yes, it's right. It's over 10 years we are members of the World Veteran Organization. I am also a member of the council of that organization.
You have spoken at the World Veterans Federation headquarters as a member of the council of that organization, is that right?
Yes, because the KLA WVA is an equal member in the World Federation, which has over 107 members. And on one occasion, I was given the floor, and there I spoke also about the specialist chambers that was imposed on Kosovo.
And your role as chairman involves meeting with K4 officers representing NATO, is that right?
Yes, it's true. We meet K4, especially the British, American, French, Austrian K4s, but also with different or various embassies based in Kosovo. Our most frequent meetings are with the British, American, embassies. We have meetings with all NATO countries, also with the German K4, with all the countries, so that I don't miss someone here.
How regularly would you meet with representatives of national embassies?
Rall, takimet më shpesh e kemi
Most frequent meetings we have with the American and the British embassies, but also with the French embassy. We have had some meetings, maybe 2-3 meetings, I would say, with different embassies.
K4 officers, how regularly would that take place?
takimet me këfu
The K4 meetings are almost regular. We have every second month meeting with the German K4. Then we have meetings with the English K4. We have very good bilateral relations. We have joint lunches. We have meetings with the Austrian and Italian K4. So the meetings with the K4 representatives are regular.
Your Honour, does the trial panel intend to break at this point?
I was waiting for a chance to mention, no, we are not going to break at this point. We're going to go till 12:30, and then we'll break for lunch at that time and come back at 2 and proceed until 4.
Your Honour. You have also held a position as an elected councillor, is that right?
po në vitin
Yes, in 2007, I was elected local councillor in the Skandera municipality. I was the one who received the larger number of votes in Skandera at that time, and I held that position for 2 years.
And that period was 2007 to 2009, yes?
po se
Yes, it was between 2007 and 2009. Kosovo declared its independence in 2008, and some of the competencies passed to the president, and that's why our mandate at the time was 2 years.
And you have also worked as a secretary at a local elementary school in Skandera, is that right?
po në shkollë
Yes, I work at that school from June 2007 and continued to work there until I became chairman. So it is lawful for me to hold that position, and I still do to this date, but for the moment this position is frozen.
Let me ask you then about the 7th of September of last year, 2020, okay? Do you recall the time at which you arrived at the offices of the KLAWVA?
po më 7
Yes, on the 7th of September at around 8:30 in the morning, I usually have my coffee in a cafeteria opposite our offices with a colleague of mine. At 8:30, I had coffee there, and just before 9 o'clock, I went to my office.
So if we just take a moment to describe the location of your offices, they are present in a multi-storey building, is that right?
shumë e vërtetë
Yes, that's right.
They're in the building.
5 kate
5.
And does the KLAWVA offices occupy the whole of the building or not?
jo ne kemi katin
No, we occupy the 4th and the 5th floor, and the meeting room is on the 5th floor.
What other businesses are present in the building then?
ato Shoqata e invalidëve
The Association of War Invalids, of Families of Martyrs. On the ground floor, there is a bank, Procredit Bank, if I'm not mistaken, and some other NGOs. I don't know what they do because I don't have meetings with them. And there is also the Association of Second World War Veterans. There are still some of them who are alive to this day, but they also operate in that building.
So the location where you had coffee, where is that in relation to the KLA-WVA offices?
radhë me metra sa komod.
I did not measure it in meters, but approximately 22 meters, I would say. It's not further than from the place where I work.
It's another business occupying the building that the KLA-WVA shares, is that right?
Jo, kjo është një
No, this is a different cafe. The place where I have my morning coffee is outside the building where offices are. It is close to our offices, but still apart. There's only a corridor separating the two of us.
And who did you meet there at around 8:30 that morning?
zakonisht do ta
I usually have my morning coffee there with the cleaner, with Faton Klenaku Taibe Miftari, the technical secretary. Generally, with work colleagues, with people I work together. So these are the people with whom I usually have my morning coffee.
Was Nazim Haradinaj there when you arrived at around 8:30?
Nësimi ka ardhur në
Nasim, if I'm not mistaken, arrived at around 9, just before 9, in my office, and I had my second coffee with him in my office.
While you were having that coffee with Nazim, did you become aware of anything unusual taking place?
Jo, si gjithmonë.
No, it was a routine thing, just like every other day. There was nothing new.
Did you become aware that morning of something unusual taking place?
Jo në të orë deri në
Not at that time. Until 9:30, I did not notice anything unusual.
What happened at 9:30 in the morning?
për ne kjo ka ndodhur për herë të parë.
This happened for the first time for us, and it took us by surprise, all of us. It had never happened before. A package arrived, suspicious one. It was left in the office of Taibe Miftari, the technical secretary, at the reception area on the table.
Where were you when that happened, when the files were left?
Unë thashë më rrunisha
As I said earlier, I was in my office with Nasim and Faton having coffee. I was assigning daily tasks and duties because for that day we had planned meetings with government representatives.
How did you become aware then that a delivery had been made of files?
po në atë moment
At that moment, Taibe knocked the door heavily. She was very scared, and I still have this scream in my ear. She thought there was a bomb in the package. She said a masked person came and left a package on my table. This was what was said at that time.
Did you learn what the delivery man had said when he left the box?
Masa soi koha.
After that, we learned that he said, I will bring you other packages as well. And this one now is for those who speak on TV.
Did you see the man who made the delivery yourself?
Io perso
No, I saw that person only on camera. We have the camera, security cameras in the corridor. When you go out of the lift, there's the corridor and there's the security cameras. So that's where I saw him, but in person I never saw him.
So, with Taibi telling you that a box had been delivered, did you approach the box?
radio nik shumë.
To tell you the truth, we were also scared. Now, we have to be sincere. This was the first time that something like that happened. We approached the package very carefully and slowly. Maybe it sounds like a joke to you, but with a stick, we opened part of the package and saw that there were documents there. So we did this because of fear. We thought that there could be a bomb there. Kosovo is still at risk from its enemies. So basically, we thought that there might be a bomb and that could explode in the building.
When you did manage to look inside it, did you learn what was inside the box?
Mbrënda kutisë kish po.
There were materials in the box, but we could not see them because there was a white paper on top of them, and there was a note with writing, but I lost it. And on that white paper, there was this note: we will bring another 7,000 files. And then we took the package and brought it in my office. This is the truth.
What happened to that note, the handwritten note?
Unë këtë shënimin e po.
I took that white paper and threw it away in a garbage bin. And I'm telling you now that it was a mistake. I should have kept it as an evidence so that the judges could see it. It was in handwriting. I will bring another 7,000 files. Nothing else was written on that piece of paper.
Jumping ahead for the moment to the 17th of September 2020, when an SPO investigator attended. If you look, please, at paragraph 15 of your statement, you will see his name.
If I may, perhaps counsel has omitted to inform his client that names of SPO staff members should not be mentioned in open court, so we would like to have this reminder for the accused. Thank you.
Well, Your Honour will appreciate that I do not accept that as a proposition. I'm aware of the trial panel's position, and I see no reason why that investigator's name should not be mentioned in public. But I am, as always, in the trial panel's hands.
Mr. Rees, what's important is what is important to the panel, and the panel has said not to use the names, and I hope you have told your client that, and that name will be taken from the record, and you may proceed.
Mr Guzzatti, of course, has been present throughout and is concentrated throughout and followed proceedings, and he's heard the trial panel express its position on a number of occasions.
Well,
And again,
I hope that he understands it now.
well, I'm sure he's heard Your Honour again. Let me take a step back then, sorry, to...
I'm sorry, one more thing. Please redact the name from the record.
Sorry, Mr Guzzatti, to have brought you forward to the 17th of September. I'm going to take you back to the 7th, if I may. So we reached the stage where Tybee had told you that a box had been delivered. It was left on a desk in the front office in the reception area that she sits at. You went out to look at the box as it was on the desk in that reception area. Did you leave the box there, or did you take it anywhere else?
We brought the box to my office.
Who was present in your office with the box?
I was present, Nassim, Faton, the technical workers who came to the door just to see what was going on. If I'm not mistaken, there were 2 or 3 members of the presidency. I think Jela was there. So in general, workers who work there, Fatoni was there, if I fail to mention his name.
Did you look through the documents?
Very little, and the reason for that was that we were not very interested. We saw the logo of KSE, we saw some documents in English, some documents in Serbian, but as I said, very little. We didn't have much time to go through the documents.
Some background before we move on, Mr Guzzatti. Do you read English?
To tell you the truth, I don't. Very little, almost not at all.
You speak English?
No, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't speak English.
Bien.
To tell you the truth, we learned Serbian in the Yugoslav system and in the Yugoslav army. When Kosovo was part of Yugoslavia, in primary and secondary school, we had 2 lessons per week in Serbian, and this is how I partly learned Serbian, and also learned Serbian in JNA. I do understand it, not very well, but I do understand it.
So you said that you saw some documents in English, some in Serbian. You didn't have much time to go through the documents. Did you go through every page or not?
No, that was not possible. There were so many copies, and to go through all of them, that would take us hours, days, and nights. it was impossible to go through all of them.
Did you discuss what to do with the documents with others?
Po ne kemi diskutuar
Yes, with the members of the leadership of the presidency, we discussed what we should do with these documents.
What did you decide to do with them?
rall me këtu dokumentacione neve
We decided to invite the media from Kosovo to inform them, and there was a very simple reason why we wanted to do this.
What's that reason?
arsyeja ishte shumë
The reason was very simple. Since these documents came to the KLAWVA, we thought that these documents could be in the hands of a thug who can distribute them to other locations. So to remove this burden from us, from people saying that our organization had the documents and distributed them to public locations, we decided to inform the media, and that is why we called for a press conference.
How was the press conference called?
po ne si organizat kem të drejtë
As an organization, we have the right to call a press conference at any time. So I authorized Faton as the secretary of VWA to do this. So Faton, through the official webpage of the organization, informed the media about the time and the location of the conference, of the extraordinary press conference.
Was there a time set down for that press conference?
po zakonisht gjithmonë caktuar
Of course, usually you set the time and the place where the conference will take place.
How many members of the press attended for the conference?
rall me numër të saktë
To tell you the truth, I do not know the exact number. I cannot take this responsibility. It's a duty of the secretary to do this. But I know that the meeting room was full, maybe 12, 15, 20 of them were there. I cannot give you a specific number, but there were.
Other than members of the KLAWVA and members of the press, was anybody else at the press conference?
me sa e di unë edhe
As far as I know and as far as I remember, it was only us and representatives of the media. There were no guests.
Where were the documents themselves at the time of the press conference?
në momentin
At that moment, all the documents were in my office, and from my office, we took them to the conference room.
Were they placed?
gjitha dokumentet ishin
All the documents were placed on a table. there is a recording, if I'm not mistaken, showing that nothing was kept secret or hidden from VWA. We were open and transparent at all times. The documents were all spread over the table.
Were there copies of the documents?
Nga ana jo nuk
From our side, there weren't. All the documents that were in the box were put on the table. Maybe there were 6 batches organized from these 9,000 or so documents that we received. It wasn't in our interest to make any copies of these documents.
No one at the KLAWVA made any copies. Is that right?
1,000,000% është sakt.
1,000,000% correct, and this was proven by the investigators of the special court. Those who think and say that there were copies made by the VWS, that's a lie. Not a single copy was made, not a single line was copied. It wasn't in our interest to make copies of the documents, and members of the SPO know best how these documents leaked from their office and came to Kosovo.
But you are saying that there were copies of the documents that were already in the box as delivered to the KLAWVA, is that right?
Po, kjo është shumë korrekte.
Yes, that's right. In that box, there were copies. Where they copied these documents, where they did it, that I don't know. I called the representatives of the special court to come and check. My job here is to tell you the truth and reality, what I did and what I spoke in front of the media.
Can you look at paragraph 19 of your statement, please, Mr Guzzatti? Can you see there, you said there were 4 identical copies of the documents. Is that right?
Me sa kom pa me sy,
To what I could see and read, as I said, there were 4 copies bound together, identical copies.
And in the press conference, you referred to there being 4,000 pages. Where did you get that figure from?
ne kem thonë gjithmonë
We always spoke in approximate terms. We never counted, but they were this thick, the batch. And this is what I said in front of the media. I said about 4,000 could be less or more. So to my logic, judging from the thickness of the batch, there were about 4,000.
Before the conference began, was there any script that had been written to be presented at the press conference?
jo.
No, neither myself nor Nassim or the others wrote any script as to what we were going to say in the conference, because we don't know what the journalists or reporters were going to ask us about.
Was there any discussion about who would speak at the press conference before the conference was held?
si zakonisht mos i kisha
After I had called the conference, it was up to me, being also the chairman of the organization, but at the same time, I wasn't feeling very well. I took the floor, spoke about 5 or 7 minutes or even less, but I was the one who gave the opening speech and the notification, the reason why we called that extraordinary conference.
Did you expect Nazim to speak at the conference also?
po se
Yes. I had already told him that you are going to speak. After I spoke, I gave the floor to Nassim.
The press conference was broadcast live, is that right?
kam dëgju se është
I heard that it was broadcast live from some media outlets, but there were also other portals there, representatives from other portals.
Did the KLAWVA itself broadcast the press conference or not?
ne s'kem
No, we don't have our own medium, we don't have any television or radio, but someone might record it and broadcast it. But our organization doesn't have any medium of its own.
The press conference was recorded, and you have seen, have you not, a transcript of the press conference. In fact, you've watched it back yourself. Is that right?
po masane
Yes, afterwards, yes, after the conference was over, I saw it.
Did you, in the course of that conference, reveal and distribute confidential, non-public information?
nuk e besoj.
No, it can't be so. It's never happened that I ask someone, take this document, you can see everything in the transcript. I only said that we received a package at about 9:30 or 9:40, and then in this package there are documents from the special court. That was my what I said. That is all.
Did you threaten anybody during the course of that press conference?
Jo gjatë konferencës, po një
I am 54 years old, and in my life so far I have never threatened anyone, irrespective of the Serb, only the Serb military Chetniks or police. Other than those, I have never threatened anyone else.
Did you hear Nazim reveal and distribute confidential and non-public information during that press conference?
unë s'besoj se Nasimi mund
I don't think that Nassim can fall to that level, knowing what his family has gone through. Altogether, they have been subjected to 37 years of prison. And knowing who Nassim is, his capacity, I don't think he would have done that. I don't think he might have threatened any journalist, take this or make this public. At least I didn't hear him do that.
What did you think the journalist would do with the information? did you anticipate any of the professional journalists present threatening anybody as a result of that press conference?
Unë besoj si ndonjë
I don't believe that a professional or amateur journalist or myself or Nasim Haradinaj or other colleagues are so mad as to reveal the name of a witness. When we talked to the journalists, we told them that you can say that these documents are fake, but not mention the name of any witness, because privacy is a right that should be protected. And you can see everything that I said in the transcripts. I've always asked for witness and evidence to be protected and not be subjected to any misuse by anyone. So we and the media maintained a very correct stand in that regard.
On the same day, 7th of September, you were interviewed on television. Do you recall that, following the press conference?
Reali unë kam dalë edhe me shtatësat.
Yes, I appeared on the 7th of September. I appeared in several television. I don't know which one you're asking me about.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever mention an Albanian name in the context of that material when you were interviewed on TV?
Your Honor, ruling in the morning was clear about mentioning witness names. It appears that the accused is ignoring the panel's ruling. We would like to have a warning in this respect, not to mention names in open court.
There was only one name that was allowed this morning, Vukovic.
Yes, Your Honour, and Mr Guzzatti heard that, Your Honour. I obviously asked a specific question. He did answer it. I asked whether, without referring to a name, whether he mentioned any name, Albanian name in the TV interviews, and he said that he didn't, which is in fact accurate. Mr Guzzatti no doubt will hear, Your Honour, now, remind him, as when he expanded on his answer, that he didn't need to do so.
Mr. Guccatti, we have emphasized that you are not to use names. If a name is to be used, your attorney will ask you specifically for the name. I don't think he's going to do that, but that's how you will know. Other than that, you are only to mention people by referring to them in a general way, not by name. Do you understand?
Thank you, Your Honor. I understand I'm not going to make a speech, but I took an oath and I have to tell only the truth.
Do you understand you are not to mention names unless you are specifically asked to?
I understand.
Let me ask you about this, Mr Guzzatti. Do you have any issue with a person telling the truth to these specialist chambers?
Kur njëtën time
Never in my life, not only here before this court, but in every court where truth is told, I support that. We have to fight injustices. We have suffered from injustices because this was what led to the establishment of the Kosovo Liberation Army, because we were violated in every aspect of our lives.
Do you take an issue with a person lying to the specialist chambers?
Po çdo njeri që vjen
Everyone who comes here and lies is to be opposed. I don't think there is anyone in the world who wouldn't oppose such a person who comes here to tell the truth and doesn't do so. I am against such a person, even if that person were my father or my mother, in whose belly I stayed for 9 months. I would have opposed her.
The TV interview you gave on the 7th September is, of course, recorded, and you have seen the transcripts of all the recorded TV appearances, and indeed you have seen the clips of them yourself, haven't you?
po.
Yes.
And if you look for a moment at paragraph 22 of your statement, just read that to yourself for a moment. You accept, don't you, that in that TV program on the 7th, you're shown to be showing your mobile phone to the television camera. Why did you do that?
Këtu kam qenë në dy
If I'm not wrong, I appeared in the RTK, which is a state-owned television, and in another private one. It's true that I showed my phone before the camera. In Rečak massacre, the Serb forces interviewed a man, an old man, and then finally they killed him. They wanted to make him to lie. You have the recording for that. So the Serb forces took by force a false statement by him, and then at the end they killed him. When I showed my telephone, I showed the person who is dead. I took a statement from that. That is from that person. That is a reality. This is what I have always said. If there is genuine justice, that justice should deal with people who tell the truth, and not with those people who were forced to lie during the war of 89 and 88, 89. Sorry, 98.
So you referred to victims who'd suffered at the hands of the Serbian authorities, and were pointing out the SPO wanted to collaborate with those same authorities. Is that right?
Mos e s'lejohet përmendjen emrat.
Since I cannot mention names, about 17 witnesses are wanted by Interpol, and they are called as witness by this special court. These have been collaborators of Serb criminals, but you have their names and last names: May Prekaz, Likošand, Izbic, Oklek, Gucci and many other cities of Kosovo. Over 460 massacres have been perpetrated in Kosovo. This is a reality. You cannot deny that.
Mr Guzzatti, read yourself paragraph 23 for a moment, please, of your statement. You referred in the same TV programme to the locations of Vranje, Nice and Belgrade. Why did you refer to those locations?
The answer will be very simple, Your Honor. If this court was established by the parliament of my country, by the members of my parliament, why shouldn't this court question the witnesses in Kosovo rather than in Serbia? If they are citizens of Kosovo and the victims, as this court considers them, why shouldn't they be questioned in Kosovo, but be questioned in a country which is our enemy? Kosovo killed us, massacred us, and violated and raped over 20,000 women. That was what my opposition was about. Why wouldn't this court, being a Kosovo court, ask them in Kosovo? This court is supposed to protect the interests of the citizens of Kosovo. That was what my opposition was about.
I think you said earlier that when you became aware of the delivery of the box on the 7th of September, you thought that the documents would have been delivered elsewhere as well. Is that right?
Yes, that was our fear. That's why we called the press conference, because we were afraid that some bad person might take these documents to a third or fourth country, distribute them, and blame it on us. That's why we called the conference.
And you said that it was a complete surprise to you when the delivery took place, yes?
Yes. It was the first time for this occurrence. It was the first time that a package arrived at our premises without any desire on our part.
About how the documents had left the SPO's offices and reached the offices of the KLA-WVA.
To be frank, my greatest desire, my personal desire, but I believe also of my friends, is to discover from the distinguished prosecutors who leaked such documents. Maybe it is one of their own men. So I really wish, and I have publicly called to the prosecutors of the specialist court to discover who that person was that involved me and the war veteran organization in this thing. I consider it a trap against the KLA, myself, Nassim Haradinaj, and the entire organization. So you might as well ask this question of these distinguished persons on this part here. Only one piece of paper, if such a paper leaks from my organization, I would not remain there for longer than 1 second. I swear to God that I would present my resignation if a document leaks my office. So I wouldn't comment on their work, but because of the moral and work ethics, I think that this wouldn't happen. This court, Kosovo court, is in Holland because of the security issues, and from this it turns out that there is no security at all.
And when you called the press conference, did you want to make it clear publicly that you knew nothing about how the documents had left the SPO offices?
I can assure you that I have not even dreamt of such a thing, that such documents can leak from a super protected court, that such documents end up in Pristina, and particularly to the war veteran organizations. This court, knowing very well that we are against it, I have repeated it several times, and I base it on very strong reasons. Just one example. Why doesn't this special court investigate a Panda case when 6 Kosovo Serbs were killed by Serb Chetniks? Why doesn't this court discover what was the case, why it happened? That's why I have lost my trust in this court.
Let me take you a step back, Mr Guzzatti. I can ask you to listen carefully to the question. Just answer the question for the moment. I asked you, when you called the press conference, did you want to make it clear publicly that you knew nothing about how the documents had left the SPO offices? What's the answer to that question, please?
Yes. I wanted to make it clear that we have nothing to do with these documents or the way how they were leaked and ended up in our organization.
On the 8th of September, then the following day, were you in the KLAWVA offices?
No. I had made plans for my summer holidays like anyone else in Kosovo who plans their holidays. So on the 8th of June, I had planned to take my vacation in Albania by the sea. And at 5 o'clock in the morning, I traveled towards Durrës, Albania.
Do you mean 8th of September?
Yes, September. In the morning of the 8th of September, I traveled towards Albania.
And who did you travel to Albania with?
Myself and my wife, we went with my private car.
And how long did you remain in Albania for?
I can mention even the hotel. It's called Fafa, at a place called Shkumbi Ikavajës, until the 14th of September. I stayed at that hotel. On the 14th, I checked out, and I went home, and on the 16th, I started work again.
Did you speak, though, to Mr Klinaku on the 8th of September 2020?
Yes. Mr. Klinaku sent me a message, and your investigators of this court saw it. I called him, and he answered that investigators from the special court have arrived at the Veteran Association.
Did he say anything about a document being given to him?
No. I saw the document, which was the delivery document of the documents. He sent me a photo of that document. that the investigators of the special court gave him, that is, to acknowledge receipt of documents.
Did he say anything to you about an order from the court?
Mësam kujtohet mu jo,
To my recollection, no, not on the phone. To my recollections, usually I have a good memory. It's only 1 year and 2-3 months have passed. I don't believe he told me anything else. But he asked me on the phone whether I should give back these documents to the investigators. I said, yes, they are not our documents, so you should deliver them to the investigators.
In relation to the documents delivered on the 7th of September then, and made available at the press conference, as far as you're aware, did anyone else take pages of those documents other than on the 7th of September?
me sa kom një ri,
To my recollection, I'm talking about the 7th of September. Only the media representatives took documents from the WVA.
Thank you, Mr Guzzatti. That's a convenient point to break.
All right, we will break for lunch. Please be back at 2 o'clock. And as I said earlier, we will then go until approximately 4 p.m. We are adjourned. What? I'm sorry. I don't know what you're saying. Mr. Chapman, you had something you want to say?
Microphone, please.
Thank you, Honour. Only that in light of us continuing against my objections, I will need to be able to arrange to speak to Mr Haradinaj in the breaks. So I only ask that the court management can organise for me to have a Zoom with Mr Haradinaj during the breaks. So
The court officer will make that arrangement.
instructions.
Thank you.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Mr. Rees, feel free to continue when you're ready.
Just, Your Honor, for the record, Mr. Whiting is not
I'm
present in the
sorry.
session.
I should have looked around. Thank you. Anybody else missing? Thank you.
Yes, Your Honour, if I could address you very briefly.
Yes.
We've also lost another member of our team, Miss Chelsea Ku, who our case manager, as her partner, is now displaying symptoms of COVID. And so in the circumstances, she has been sent back to the hotel. So she won't be joining almost certainly for the rest of this week. The other matter that I must raise is that the detention unit were unable to secure a Zoom link with Mr Haradinaj. We've been trying to resolve it all throughout the lunch break, which obviously from our position is unacceptable, that in the circumstances in which we're put, we cannot have any communication with Mr Haradinaj. And so I would only ask, Your Honour, that whatever needs to be done is done so that we can continue to have communications with Mr Haradinaj, even in these exceptional and very difficult circumstances.
I made inquiry, and I understand they're still working on that link. And it's possible if you need to have 15 minutes with him later on Zoom because they get it hooked up, we can accommodate that.
Yeah, for some reason, there has been a change in the system which has never been before. Don't understand what has changed from this morning.
Thank you. I don't know that. They are working on it.
But we can't, I'm raising the objection again, we cannot continue in such a way if we are not able to have any communication with him. And I have to stress that.
Did you not have phone contact with him? Hello? Did you have a phone consultation with him?
I did, but I couldn't patch in the interpreter. It's not an appropriate way to be taking client instructions, Your Honour.
All right. All right, Mr. Rees, you may continue.
So the 15th of September then, Mr Guzzatti. You were back in Pristina and you attended the office that day, is that right?
Yes.
When you arrived at the office,
My usual schedule is 9:10. At 8:30, I usually have my coffee, as I mentioned earlier, just opposite the office, at the cafe opposite the office.
before you returned to the office, had you noticed any particular car or has anything come to your attention about you being aware of somebody watching you?
I had been followed from the 16th or 17th. I know that a car followed me, but the day we are talking about, the 15th of September, I didn't notice anyone following me.
When you got to the offices, did you discuss with anyone else in the offices about cars parking in the area of the KLA WVA?
It is true that where I park my car, where my friends park the cars, behind the building, it's a private parking, and a worker there told us that our car was photographed by two persons. So he told me that my car was photographed by two persons. So it was the first time that a photograph of my car was being taken by someone.
The following day, the 16th of September, what time did you arrive at work, please?
mund tjetë e njëjta kohë.
It could be the same, around the same time. I'm careful with work. As I said, I have a long working experience from 89, 90, 91, so I always was careful and responsible, paying attention to going on time to work. So unless I was sick, I always respected the working hours.
Who else was present at the KLA offices, KLA-WVA offices that day?
Zakonisht me stafin që punon.
Usually with the staff that I work with, the cleaner too, Shafaton, Taiba, Chela, who is chief of protocol, Chel Gashi. So usually the people I work with are technical secretary working there. So these were the persons that were with me at work then.
When did you first become aware that something unusual had happened that morning?
I don't know the exact time, but it was after the 15th or 16th that we became aware that we were being followed by a car. So starting from the 7th of September onwards, I was being followed regularly by a car.
I follow that, but let's concentrate for the moment on the 16th of September 2020. At what time did you become aware that something unusual had happened at the office that day?
I don't know the exact time. I can't give you that. But on that day, we received a second package. We called the person in question, lightning 1, 2, and 3, because that person would leave immediately afterwards, after leaving the packages at the KLA-WVA.
Well, let's concentrate on lightning 2 then for the moment. How did you first become aware of lightning 2?
It was as if in the same style. I don't know whether it was the same person as the first time, because I didn't see him, but he was wearing a mask, glasses, a cap, and just like the first time round, he did the same thing the second time with the documentation and the package. He left the box at the same location.
Now, let's take this in stages, please. If you can listen to the question, Mr Guzzatti. How did you first become aware of lightning 2?
I became aware in my office, if you're referring to the 7th of September events. I was in my office.
Okay, so lightning 2, how did you first become aware that something unusual was happening in the office?
I was in my office, and at Nassim's office, if I'm not mistaken, there was a meeting. Taibe again came and told me that an anonymous person had come and left a box at the reception area.
Did you see the man who delivered the box yourself?
No, because I cannot run because of my leg injury. You know that I sustained an injury during the war. I have problems. I cannot run. I just went up to the door of my office, to the corridor, and I could not see the person. He ran away very quickly, and that's why I called him Lightning 2.
Did anyone follow the man?
Mesadi,
As far as I know, if I'm not mistaken, but I think I'm right, I know that Faton followed him up to the 3rd floor of the building, but he didn't dare go to the lower floors because this person moved his hand to the waist, and Faton returned for security reasons. He thought that the person might be carrying something with him.
Weapon, you mean?
po mas isa kom po,
Since I didn't see him, if someone in general puts his hand around the waist area, he could be armed. And that's why Faton came back, and myself and my colleagues actually scolded Faton, told him that he shouldn't do that for security reasons, and that the police is there to do those sorts of tasks, not us.
Did you look out the window of the offices towards the car park that you had mentioned a short while ago?
po mropa
Yes, behind my office is the toilet, and Fatun and I went out to see the car. We took a photograph that was on my phone, and I showed it to the SPO investigator. This is true. The car that was following me was occupied by 2 persons, a man and a woman. I don't know their names, but it is true that these 2 persons took a photograph of my car and were following me.
So the car you took a photograph of on the 16th of September, had you seen that vehicle before?
unë kam dyshuar në një makinë,
I was suspicious about a car from earlier. I think that the same car had followed me when I was coming to work from Skanderai. In Slatina, there is a petrol station where I usually have coffee with former colleagues. And that car was parked there 3 times. As I said, I was regularly followed after the 7th, but I think even earlier they started to follow me.
And the investigator that you showed that photograph to was the same investigator that you named earlier this morning, is that right?
me kitetus që e përmena emrin e tij.
The investigator whose name I mentioned earlier, I met with him for the first time on the 18th, if I'm not mistaken. I cannot say with certainty whether this same investigator was in the car.
See, I asked you to confirm that the investigator you showed the photograph of the car to was the same investigator that you mentioned this morning. Is that right?
Was shumë e vërtetë.
Yes, that's right. This investigator, I showed him the photograph. I gave him the photograph from my phone to his phone. So I and Faton showed this photograph to this investigator.
What had the man delivered to the offices on the 16th of September?
Që njën po të njëjtë disa më
Some materials, I don't know the exact number, a box with materials belonging to the special court.
Did you look inside those boxes? Sorry, the box?
po kom po informacione se
Yes, I saw information, but I didn't go through them in detail. I could see the titles in Serbian and in English, and I suppose at the time that those were from the special court.
Did you discuss with others at the KLA WVA what to do about those documents?
po gjithmonë se ne
Yes. Although I am a chairman and authorized to take decisions on my own, but I never do it. I never take decisions without taking the advice of my friends and colleagues. So we discussed this on the second occasion as well.
What did you decide to do?
ne vendosëm
We decided to call the media, and I authorized Faton, the secretary, to do so, to invite the media at a certain place and time for a press conference and inform them that our office has received again documents that are unknown to us. Although we suppose that those were from the court, once the investigators confirmed that these were indeed documents from the court, we also confirmed it to the media.
Can you look at your statement, please, Mr Guzzatti, at paragraph 36?
Your Honor, I have an objection in relation to the use of the statement of the accused without previously putting questions to the accused in respect to the specific matter.
Your Honour, I've asked.
I'll overrule the objection at this time based upon what the objection, or what the paragraph is for.
Yes, I'm using it to refresh
I
his
understand
memory
you
and
are.
avoid the notes.
I understand you are, and you may go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr Guzzatti, look at paragraph 36 of the statement and read that to yourself for the moment, please. Now, in that paragraph, it refers to two Serbian names that you mentioned during the course of the press conference. And you've seen the recording of the press conference and the transcript from it. So without talking about referring to the names, who did you understand, or rather, what role did you understand those two Serbian names to play?
If I'm not allowed to mention these names publicly, I can tell you that these are well known to the Kosovo public and Serbian public because of their acts in Kosovo. And this was a reason that I mentioned the names of these two men, Serbian Chetniks, who committed massacres in Meja, Jakov municipality.
So, help us again with this. What offices do they hold?
I know that these two men are public figures at that time. I don't know what they do currently, but at the time and as far as I remember, they were both in uniforms. One of them, if I'm not mistaken, was a chief of police.
So both public officials. And did you think they were witnesses?
И помнят на то документ.
When we saw the names on the documents, we thought that they could be witnesses. One was a worker in the Serbian War Crimes Court. So we thought that we did not do anything in violation with the law, because these were public Serbian officials, and that's why we mentioned their names.
How were you feeling during the course of that press conference?
Een conferentie duurt.
During the second conference, and not only myself, but my friends will confirm this, I interrupted the conference on 2 occasions. I wasn't feeling well. Taibe brought me water, and this can be seen on the camera. I had not used the therapy for my leg for a long time, and I was in great pain. But as it was the innocence of myself, of my friends, and of the entire organization in question, I thought it necessary to come out and for the press conference.
In relation to the documents themselves, can you tell us what language they were in?
If I'm not mistaken, the second box brought by Lightning 2, most of the documents were in Serbian and in English.
Did you recognize what any of the documents were about?
Some were documents of the ICTY Limai case. So these were documents of the former War Crimes Tribunal for Yugoslavia.
The following day, then, the 17th of September, you returned to the office, is that right?
Yes, as usual.
2 investigators from the SPO and an independent observer arrived at the offices, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Do you recall what time that was?
I believe after 10 o'clock. It was after 10 o'clock when these 2 persons came to my office. Much after 10 o'clock.
One of the investigators was the investigator that you have previously named, and you told us you showed the photograph to, is that right?
Yes, the investigator that is known to us, to you, and to the entire public opinion, and that is not an issue because we don't have anything personal against him, so I will not mention his name. He came to my office and I spoke to him in Albanian, and he spoke very good Albanian.
He spoke Albanian. The other investigator didn't. He was a Swedish officer, is that right?
Po, Suedes.
Yes, Swedish.
And your conversation with the first officer, that was in Albanian only, is that right?
Shumë e vërtet, shumë e saktë.
Yes, correct.
The Albanian-speaking officer, did he say to you that he had been following the news?
Your Honor, I've not been objecting so far to a number of leading questions that have been put by counsel, but now there are only leading questions being put, so I will object from now on to this kind of formulation.
Please don't lead the witness, Mr. Rees.
What did the officer, the Albanian-speaking officer, say about the news to you?
Oficeri nderuar,
The honored officer during the first meeting greeted me. Good morning, are you Mr Guzzatti? Yes, that's me. He entered the office I offered him a coffee since we Albanians, it's our tradition when somebody comes to see you, we offer them coffee. So we started the conversation, and he said, last night I heard on the news that a second package arrived at KLAVWA offices, and there's no need for the lawyer to lead me or tell me what to say, Your Honors.
Did he say anything about names?
ai më sugjeroi mua
He suggested to me that if another package arrives, you do good to tell us, and that he suggested that we don't deal with these documents and not make them public. He told all this to me orally, and that to be very careful with their names and their statements. My answer was, we are not investigators, we are not police. We don't work in a special court, and it's not our duty to protect documentation of anyone. Every person, every institution has a duty to preserve their own documentation and to protect them.
You discuss with the Albanian-speaking officer about the people who had delivered the documents to the KLAWVA premises.
ne me to që flitëm në shqip, unë I tregova edhe
I asked them for their assistance. I told them, come and discover who the person is who is bringing the documents, where are they leaking from. He replied that it's not in my power to do that without taking any orders from above about the person who brings these documents to the WVA.
Did you make any suggestion to him as to how he might catch the people responsible?
Yes, because the place where we live and work is not a big place. It's not European capital, Berlin or London, or a city of million of people. It's a small place. In that premise where we are, there is only one road where cars pass by. So it was very easy for any policeman or investigator to check on that part, to find out who is bringing those documents, because there are CCTV cameras everywhere.
CCTV at the KLAWVA offices?
Yes, it's true, we do.
Did you invite the Albanian-speaking investigator to take the CCTV recordings?
Yes, Faton is the first person who told him, if you are interested, here it is, the CCTV, so you can take any material that you want. He said, it's not in my power to get any recordings without asking my superiors.
Did you discuss with the Albanian-speaking investigator passing the files to him?
The Albanian-speaking officer said that we are here to get the files. And we said to him that you can't get them without the presence of Kosovo police.
Did he reply to that?
I'm saying exactly what he said. Quote, he said, you can keep these documents for 1 more month in your office, but the Kosovo police cannot come and be here, be involved, regarding these documents.
Who else was present during this meeting with the Albanian-speaking investigator?
You mean from our organization or from the investigators?
Organization.
It was myself, Mr Guzzatti, Nasim Haradinaj, Fatos Klinagu, Metush Kureziu, and Prenmarash, if I am not mistaken. So we were there, members of the presidency of the leading council.
Did the Albanian-speaking investigator take the documents at the end of the meeting?
After Tom Gashi, who is the lawyer of our organization, and I want to thank him for what he has done for our organization, and on his advice, in his presence, we agreed to hand over these documents to them.
So he attended at the offices, gave advice, and you handed the documents over. There was then a short interview at which you were present when Tommy Gashi spoke to members of the press, is that right?
Yes, Tom Gashi and myself appeared before the media and spoke. That's correct.
On the 22nd of September, you were back in the office. Is that right?
Exakt.
Yes.
When did you become aware of a third delivery of documents to the office?
Men is it shtator?
On the 22nd of September, there was not a package from the camera, from what I saw. I saw a person coming out of the lift and he dropped the documents on the corridor. There were not so many, maybe hundreds of them. He left them on the corridor, on the floor. I suppose you may see them in the recording. It's very clear how he came out of the lift and dropped the documents on our corridor, on the floor.
What had happened?
E mora vetëm nga punëtor.
From those who work in our organization, because I was in my office waiting for someone to come, and then they informed me, my staff informed me of that.
Who else was present at the KLAWVA offices that morning when the third delivery took place?
Me sa më kujtohet ishin gjithë.
To my recollection, all the staff, because after such sudden events came, then all the staff came to the office. So I may make mistakes regarding the names of them, but I know Faton, the cleaning maid, all of us were there.
Was anybody who was not part of the KLAWVA organisation present when that third delivery was made?
Ka mundësi si t'ishte.
Maybe yes. If you could remind me of that part.
6 of your statement. Read that to yourself for the moment.
Po është e vërtet.
Yes, it is correct. In Asim's office, there were representatives from the German K4 in the context of our regular meetings. Haradinaj was responsible for keeping contacts with K4 representatives in Kosovo.
Did you see the male who made the delivery on the third occasion, Lightning Strike 3?
No, to be frank, no. I saw him only through the CCTV recording.
Could you hear anything on the CCTV recording?
Thank you, Mr. Guzzatti. Once again, we remind you, as the prosecutor has pointed out, that you are not to use those names. When you do, we have to go and redact it from your testimony. So please pay attention and do not use the name.
Kërkoj folje.
Did you what did the man who made the delivery on the third occasion, Lightning Strike 3, say when he made the delivery?
Gjithmonë.
I didn't hear it from close up, but from others. He said that in the future I'm going to bring discs. And as to where he would get these CDs, I don't know, but this is what is said. In the future, I'm going to bring you CDs.
Consider the material that he had brought that day with others at the KLA-WVA?
Më bëj sinqert, nuk I kemi
To be frank with you, we didn't look very thoroughly at them, but the German K4 also looked at them in my office. Yes, we looked at part of them, but maybe some 20 pages, because it was clear that what it was about. It was the indictment against the president then, Mr. Thatcher.
Did anyone take images of the documents at that stage?
më sa më kujtohet ju presim
No, only the German K4 took photos. I don't remember anyone else.
You decide to do with the documents?
njëjtë si me rastin e
The same thing as we did during the first and second case. We held a press conference, we laid them out on the table, the media representatives were there, they took photos, the same routine.
Other than members of the KLA-WVA and the journalists, was anybody else present at the press conference?
Ti jemi sinqert unë se kontrollohet.
I am not responsible to look at that aspect of our work. It's our secretary. I had to play my role as chairman. I didn't notice anyone, and nobody told me that there was anyone else other than the media representatives.
Was anything prepared in writing ahead of the press conference to be read out at the press conference?
No. Usually when we invite the media, we don't prepare anything in writing because we don't know what questions we shall be asked by the media. So we spoke orally what we thought we should. We didn't have anything written.
Where were the documents placed?
Po shifet shumë mirë, shumë qartë.
You can see it very clearly. Documents are placed on the table. We were transparent. We didn't want to hide anything, not a single piece of paper, not a line. Whoever wanted to would get any documents that were there.
Were many pages taken by the journalists?
Ti jemi sinqert, nuk e di sa kanë marrë.
To be frank, I don't know how many. I can't say. Some of them remained there with us. And I don't know which of the media outlet got what. It was not part of my work to look at that. I was interested only to hear the questions and to respond to them.
Did you see cameras in the possession of the media representatives?
Konferenca tretë, salla ka qenë përplot kamerë.
The hall was full of cameras. There were many representatives. I believe that there were also foreign media outlets represented there.
Did anyone from the SPO attend?
Me sa më kujtohet mu jo.
As far as I remember, no, I don't think so.
How long after the press conference then did the SPO investigators attend?
mendoj dikun 30 minuta mas
I think some 30 minutes after we concluded the press conference, then the same investigators came to the KLAWVA.
So the Albanian-speaking investigator, the Swedish investigator, attended again shortly afterwards. Were there any members of the press still present at that stage?
mujt thëm me plot përgjithësi si po kanë qenë
I can say that there were about 70% of those present at a press conference when the investigators came. You have the transcript, you have the recording. It happened at the corridor of the organization. There were Kosovo and foreign media representatives.
Were you speaking to members of the press when you became aware that investigators from the SPO had reattended the offices?
po në fillim me tusit
Initially, the investigators came to my office and the media followed suit, but I sent them out because the investigators didn't want to speak in the presence of the media. And then we discussed together, Faton, Nassim, and some other colleagues and me talked with them.
What happened to the material from the press conference? Did it remain with you, or did the SPO officers take it?
mas një debati që kem pas me ta
After a debate we had with them, and I want to thank again our counsel, we agreed to hand over to them the remaining documents. There were about 150 pages or more, but not many. So all the material that was there was taken over by the investigators of the special court.
On the 25th of September, then, you were present when officers of the SPO attended again at the KLAWVA offices, is that right?
këtë datë s'mujt ta harroj nuk
I will never forget this date, or the hour, or even the minutes of that hour. I won't forget the 25th of September. It was a Friday, not because I was afraid, not because I felt guilty or anything, but because of the way that they came and approached us at the KLAWVA.
What was it about the way that they came and approached you that was unforgettable?
me datën 25
On the 25th of September, they came without any warning. There were about 60 armed forces of the special ULEX special unit, together with the Albanian-speaking investigator and Mrs. Pomper, who led the operation. They came to my office. About 8 persons came to my office. All of them were carrying long-barreled weapons and snipers. At that moment, I was with a distinguished guest there, the director of the Institute of History of Kosovo.
You said that on the 25th they came without warning. Can I take you back, please, to the 17th of September? Did you know that the Albanian-speaking investigator was to attend the KLAWVA offices that morning?
jo s'kam besu as
No, I didn't.
So did you have warning before they attended on the 17th or not?
Jo, just tackar Nimro.
No, I didn't.
Back to the 25th then. The SPO officers had attended at the offices. Did they say why they were present?
Ata më thanë,
They told me that I was under arrest. They showed me a summons telling me that from this moment I was arrested by the specialist court. That's all they told me.
Who else was present when you were arrested?
në zyrë vetëm
Myself and the director of the Institute of History of Kosovo. The others were in their respective offices.
What did they say their intentions were in relation to the offices themselves? Did they say they were going to do anything in the offices?
mos i më tregun fletare
After showing me the arrest warrant, they showed me another document which, according to them, they entitled them to search the offices, and that I would invite Tom Gashi to be present during the time that they were going to search the organization, including Nasim Haradinaj.
Did they say whether you were allowed to be present during the search?
jo, mu më thanë nuk i të drejtë.
No, they told me you cannot be present here because you are arrested. And after some 40 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, they removed me from my office and took me to the office of Nasim Haradinaj, deputy chairman.
Tommy Gashi was subsequently present during the search, yes?
Po, ishte Tom Gashi dhe
Tom Gashi and Faton Klinaku were present, both.
But you were taken away and transported to The Hague, is that right?
Po, mu më largon,
Yes, I was taken away and taken to the Pristina airport to a detention center there. And from there, they brought me to The Hague.
Do you support justice?
unë me shokë mi,
I and my own comrades and all the members of the KLA, headed by the legendary Commander Adem Yashar, have reported injustices and have fought for justice to be brought to Kosovo. And I'm very much in favor of justice. Even if I lived 100 more years, I have declared that I won't support this court, but I will support justice up to the last day of my life, because I know what justice means, and that's why I will support it.
At the start of this trial, you heard the specialist prosecutor say that it was okay to criticize this court and to say why. Tell us why you criticize this court.
nëse ne kemi njëftu për mendimin ndryshëm,
If we have fought for a different opinion and for the free speech, I am entitled to do so. My opinion and that of my friends and of the citizens of Kosovo is that this court is collaborating with the enemy of my country, of my nation, with Serb criminals who are wanted by Interpol, and this is why we oppose this court. why doesn't this special court discover massacres perpetrated in Kosovo, in Lekošančice, Jerez, Rizal, Izbiz, and many, many other places, a total of over 460 massacres? If this court brings me and others like me and fails to discover the perpetrators of these crimes, I won't support it. So, this court has not convinced me and my friends that it is discovering such crimes. How can I support it when it is one-sided? Let the prosecutor, Jack Smith, of this special court tell me that in the whole world there is such a court, then I will have to pay for what I'm accused of.
Do you accept that you acted unlawfully during that period from the 7th of September to the end of September 2020?
Unë nuk besoj se kam
I don't believe I have acted unlawfully. I have not read the statements of any witnesses. I haven't mentioned any witnesses other than those 2-3 Serb public officials who work in Serbia. So I believe that I am fully innocent. Me, myself, and my friend Haradinaj, we have upheld the interests of our citizens, of our nation, of our country. So I'm repeating that I don't think we are guilty in this regard.
Did you threaten any witness during that period commencing from the 7th September to the end of the month?
jo unë.
No, not me, as Wisni or as the chairman of the veterans, but none of my colleagues, none of the members of the presidency, neither Haradinaj or Klinako, have said that we have mentioned them. None of them. Let them come here and tell me that we have threatened them. I call on all these witnesses that have lied. Let them come and tell me in my face that you or Nasim Haradinaj have threatened me. I feel entirely innocent regarding this.
Did you retaliate against anyone for giving evidence?
Kur në jetën
Never in my life have I retaliated against anyone. This is not the tradition in my family or in myself. I was wounded in 1999. Serbs live in Kosovo. I have never thought of retaliating against anyone. It's not part of my mentality or my family's mentality.
Did you take actions to harm witnesses or set out to?
unë nuk besoj se kam mundë.
I don't think I have undertaken any deliberate actions to harm any witnesses. I have only declared these documents without mentioning any names. In all television appearances, I have declared that these documents have leaked from the special court. I have wanted to convince the public as to what we have declared, that this court is collaborating with criminals who have been against my nation and country.
Did you reveal the identity of any witness?
Pra po bëj thirrje.
Again, I'm saying, if there is any witness that thinks that myself or Haradinaj have revealed any names of Albanian or Roma or Turkish or Bosnian witness living in Kosovo, let them come and face me directly. That is my answer.
Let's give us a direct answer. Did you reveal the identity of any witness? Did you intend to induce any witness to refrain from making a statement?
Jo, të unë
No. Many veterans have told me that they have been invited to give testimony here. I have never told any one of them not to come and testify. In a Pokare newspaper, I have called on these witnesses that for the sake of the wars, martyrs, to cooperate in order to discover those who have committed crimes. You have the newspaper, you have the article there, and everywhere that I have spoken.
Did you put pressure on journalists to reveal or publish any confidential material?
kur në jetën time.
Never in my life I did not pressure a single journalist. Ask all the journalists who I know whether I or Gucati&Haradinaj or our organization in general has exercised any pressure on them, and you will get the answer.
Did you think by informing the press in those conferences about the materials that might have a negative effect on witnesses?
Jemi sinqert nuk kam menduar
Frankly, I didn't think at that time. I did not read their statements, and I didn't think that I would cause any harm to them or to the special court. I did not read a single personal detail of them, name, address, or town or village where they lived. I never mentioned any detail in any appearances on TV or media. That should remain in the conscience of those who have alleged that, or in the conscience of this court. I personally have nothing to do with revealing any personal details of witnesses.
Have you ever sought to bring anybody to harm in relation to these documents?
Tini bindun as se mendoj
Remain convinced that I never intended nor I ever harmed any potential witness of the court. It's not in my personal interest or the interest of the KLA WVA to cause any harm to any witnesses of this court. So we did not even think about this.
When these specialist chambers were created, what was your understanding as to cooperation between the Specialist Prosecutor's Office and Serbian authorities? What did you understand to be the position?
Ralni kem kuptuar gjysmë
We heard in 2015 that a special court would be created, and we thought that that court would be for the benefit of all the citizens of Kosovo. We believed that this court would uncover all the crimes committed in Kosovo, and the opposite happened, and that happened against our will. And we were convinced that this special court is to our damage that it cooperated with Serb criminals.
Did you threaten any SPO member of staff in that period in September last year?
Jo, më shumë keq.
No, unfortunately, because I'm again kind of urged to mention the name, but I will not mention the name of the witness. I'm alive, Nasim is alive, and all the others are alive. If any SPO investigator feels threatened by me or Nasim, why don't they come to this court and tell me in my face that I feel threatened by Guzzatti or Haradinaj or anybody else? We never intended and we still do not intend to impede the work of the specialist court.
What is your concern about the KSC and the SPO receiving evidence that has come from Serbian authorities?
Nderuam,
There are many arguments and facts why we are concerned about the work of KSC or SPO. This court was established by my country, by the MPs of my parliament and by the government of Kosovo. So it would be good that this court deals with all the victims and not criminals who lie, produce fabrications in their statements, took the witness and killed him. There's a concrete case that I mentioned, the person in Rechak, and that person's statement can be used here. So this was our main concern, that this court collaborated with such persons who took statements from elderly people and forced them to say untrue things. So if this court worked with victims, supposed victims, or with our people, and if these people are interviewed in my country, then I would trust this court. But if the witnesses are taken to Serbia, to a country that had occupied my country, my people, and was against my country and people, then I cannot trust this court.
And if Lightning Strike 1, 2 and 3 had not delivered the documents to the KLAWVA, saying make them available to the people who speak to the TV, would you have called those press conferences?
jo, s'ka qenë përgjithësi.
No, because it wasn't my responsibility to do that. Had those documents gone to different media, I wouldn't have done that. I would have maybe just reacted and said, thank God the truth has come onto surface.
Thank you, Mr Guzzatti. If you wait there, there'll be some more questions from the SPO for you. I should say we do tender the statement for admission under Rule 154.
All right, we'll defer admitting that until the end of the cross-examination. Thank you very much, Mr. Rees. Ms. Bolici?
Yeah, just for confirmation that the SPO is going to start with the cross-examination and not the counsel for the co-accused. I believe that in the order on the conduct of proceedings was indicated that the counsel for the co-accused would start, but I'm happy to start if you consider it's best.
Mr. Cadman, given the circumstances, I don't know what your answer might be, but do you want to do any cross-examination of Mr. Guzzatti?
Your Honour, considering I've not been able to take any proper instructions from my client and I don't have any access to my client, I would ask that you direct the SPO to ask their questions first, and if I have any follow-up questions, I will ask them afterwards.
Is that all right with you, Ms. Bolici?
It's all right with us, yes, thank you.
Mr. Rees, you have no objection? All right. All right, go ahead, Ms. Bolici.
Thank you. Mr. Guzzatti, good afternoon. In the morning of the 7th of September, you didn't know that documents were going to be delivered to the KLA. Is this correct?
Correct.
No conversation with anyone beforehand about the delivery of the documents.
No, I was in my office when the documents were brought.
Did not speak with the person who delivered the document.
I wish I did speak to the person and knew that person so that I could bring him here right before you.
Did not. Is it correct?
I think I answered your question. If I knew that person, I wouldn't be the one standing here trial, but that person would.
Taib Miftari reported to you what this person has said, and the only thing that this person has said was to bring the box to the person who speaks with the media, correct?
Yes, correct. That's what I said earlier.
Similarly, in the morning of the 16th of September, you did not know that documents were going to be delivered to the KLA World Veteran Association. Is it right?
To tell you sincerely, that's correct. I didn't know.
Speak with the person who delivered the documents?
No.
Person as he was leaving.
Very little. Very little.
Ms. Taib Miftari told you that this person had not said a word to anyone. Is correct?
As far as I remember, he didn't. That's correct.
The morning of the 22nd of September, you did not even see the person who delivered the documents, right?
Only through cameras. Otherwise, I didn't see that person. Never in my life. I don't know him.
That he said that the next time he would bring compact disc, correct?
Yes, correct.
So that he said that he would deliver compact disc the following time.
kolegët e punës që
were colleagues who were at Taibe's office, and on the third occasion, he threw the documents on the ground in the corridors. He just came out of the lift, threw the documents on the ground, and left.
Told you that he said that the next time would bring CD.
unë thash kolegë që kanë
I told you the colleagues, Taibe and other colleagues who were there present, having coffee in the office, and the office is opposite to the lift. And you can see this in the recording as well, that he just came out of the lift and threw the documents. You can see this in the recording, video recording.
But the next time I will bring CD.
vetëm një.
Just a moment. She did not say this directly to me. There were 3-4 colleagues together with Taibe who said this person, this gentleman who threw the documents on the ground, said that next time he will bring CDs. I did not say that she addressed me directly.
How did you learn this information?
Tregova nga shokët.
From the friends that were there, I told you.
Who else?
Ishte Fatoni,
Faton and other friends who worked there, the cleaning lady, the technical secretary. So 4 or 5 people, they were all together in Taibe's office.
She tell you that this person said that he would bring CD the next time.
se kam dëgjuar Çelin nuk e.
I didn't hear Chel say that.
Do you recall who did you hear say that?
Tash po më vjen keq si kjo fat.
I really apologize, but this is becoming too much. I'm telling you frankly, some persons together with Taibe said this and this. I'm not making this up. You asked me the same question 2-3 times and I answered it, but you can go on and ask it as many times as you wish.
Be present when you were told that the person said that he would bring CD the next time.
Unë tregova.
I told you Taibe and other friends were there, and 4-5 other people were there.
This information, correct?
Vetëm vjen keq.
Taibe, a technical secretary, she works from 9 o'clock in the morning. Of course, she and the others were at work. The person who came and brought the documents, threw them on the ground, told them that next time he would bring CDs, and there's no reason for me to lie to you or to say something else. This is what I was told.
Tahibe also heard this information, I understand from your answer. Just
Jo,
to be...
s'është e vërtetë si thash unë Taibe. Unë thash
No, that's not true. That only Taibe. There are 6 other persons, including Taibe. So please don't change my answer or your question. I did not say that Taibe told me this. I said that there was Taibe and 4 or 5 other persons who heard that.
Question is, Taibe was present when you learned this information. Is this correct?
thash kanë qenë Taibe.
As I said, Taibe and 5 or 6 other persons.
So, to be clear, on the 3 occasions when the documents were delivered to the KLA War Veteran Association, you had no conversation with the person delivering the documents, either before or during the delivery. Is this correct?
Nëse ka mundësi dhe
Can you please repeat your question?
In all the 3 occasions when documents were delivered at the KLA War Veteran Association, you had no conversation with the person who delivered the documents. You didn't speak with him. Is it correct?
If you are referring to the person who delivered the documents, as I said earlier, I don't know that person. I did not speak to that person, and I had never seen that person in my life except for seeing them on the camera with a mask.
One who claimed to be responsible for delivering these documents. Is this correct?
No.
To all the 3 deliveries, you said you held a meeting with Nazim Haradinaj, Faton Klinaku, and the other close members of the KLA War Veteran Association Committee who were present, and decided each time to call a press conference, correct?
Very correct.
Asked what would be the best course of action, and you took your decision. Is this correct?
What I said earlier, will repeat it again. It was our right. And being afraid that these documents could have fallen in the hands of...
It's a simple question. You discussed what to do among yourself, and you decided what to do. Is this right?
We discussed what to do with the documents and decided to invite the general opinion and media and inform them that we had been delivered certain documents that we suppose belong to the special court.
They forced you into calling the press conferences and sharing the documents with the media. Is this correct?
Only God can force me to do something. I am the chairman of that organization, and not a single person can force me to hold a press conference on certain issue. Only God can order me to do that, if you believe in God.
And nobody had to persuade you to call the 3 press conferences and share the documents with the press. Is this correct?
I will say it again. I'm the chairman of WVA. I have 2 deputy chairmen, so nobody can convince me to do this or that. I can get the advice of friends within the organization or outside the organization.
Deputy chairman of the KLA War Veteran Organization.
First of all, I wish him good health. It's a comrade of ours. He had a stroke. Migjen Shala is his name, and I wish him quick recovery. His left side has been paralyzed. It's Migjen Shala. I respect him for his work and deeds for the VWL.
Present on the 7th, 16th, and 22nd of September, was he?
I don't think he was present on the 7th. On the 16th, he was. He fell ill at the end of 2020. So every now and then he comes to the offices. His sons would bring him so that he can have somebody to socialize with, although he is not in a very good health condition.
On the 16th of September, he was present in the course of the discussion about what to do with the document. Can you confirm that?
Nu kemi sigur që më e konfirm.
I'm not sure, I cannot confirm it, but Mijen could have been there. Any of your investigators can visit him. He is ill, he cannot walk, he cannot hear, he cannot speak. So I cannot give you a direct answer about Mijen because he is ill.
Your recollection on which occasions he was present?
Migjeni ka qenë I pranishëm
Mijen was present the day of my arrest. He was at the cafe near the organization, and if I'm not mistaken, he was also present on the 17th or the 22nd of September. I may be wrong, but I know that he was in the month of September in the offices of the organization.
And Mr. Guzzatti, after each of the 3 deliveries, you and Mr. Haradinaj publicly stated that you would publish and disseminate any materials that would arrive to the KLA War Veteran Association. Is this correct?
tash çu e kuptoni ju shpër.
I don't know how you understand the dissemination, but myself and Nasim Haradinaj did not disseminate any documents. We left them in our organization, and when the media was there, we did not say to a journalist, take them. So we had no interest to disseminate the documents to anybody.
Guzzatti, after the 3 deliveries, did you publicly state that any time materials from the SITF, SPO Specialist Chamber would be delivered to the KLA War Veteran Association, you would make it available to the press? Did you?
Nëse është nevoja me milion.
If need be, I will repeat it for the umpteenth time. I am not responsible for the documents that have leaked your office. Every time they come, I will make them public.
You would make them public. And you stated several times to the media that every time documents would be delivered to the KLA War Veteran Association, you would make them public, correct?
Unë dhash përgjigjen tim.
I gave my answer.
7 and the 22nd of September, did you say to the media that you would make public documents delivered at the KLA War Veteran Association?
Prapë përsëriti.
I repeat it again. I am not responsible to secure documents of anyone. Please don't interrupt me. Let me finish. I can...
Specific question.
Questions that call for a yes or no answer.
Your Honour, perhaps, if there are any specific quotations that Ms. Bellucci wishes to push.
I first
She's able to ask that question.
That might advance matters more quickly.
I wish to first put this kind of questions, and then I will go to the specific quotations when necessary.
Mr. Guzzatti, she's going to ask you questions. I want you to respond in a yes or no manner if possible. Do you understand?
Unë mund të jesh sekret.
I can keep silent if you wish. My answer is given. I am not responsible to secure and protect your documentation. Every time I will appear before the media, if the case be. If you don't want me to talk, I won't.
It's a very simple question, which requires a very simple answer. Between the 7th and the 22nd of September, did you state publicly to the media that you would keep publishing any material that would be delivered to the KLA War Veteran Association? Yes or no?
S'kam përgjigje për këtë morë.
I don't have an answer for that.
Made such declarations to the media?
Shumë jam I vetëdijshëm
I am well aware. I remember of what I do. I remember the day when I deserted from the Yugoslav army.
Excuse
Mr.
me.
Guzzatti.
Mr. Guzzatti, you're not answering the question.
ja, më përgjigj.
I answered it.
The question has changed. The first question was make public. The
The
second
question is
was
a
put in
valid
the terms
question,
of-
and he needs to answer it.
Your Honour, the first question was put in terms of make public. The second time it was put in terms of publishing. It may be the quickest route is for Ms Bellucci to put specific quotations to him, and then he can see it, can't he?
Mr. Rees, it's her cross-examination. She can ask the question, and your client will answer the question, yes or no.
So, Mr. Guzzatti, between the 7th and the 22nd of September, within this time period, did you make public statements to the press saying that you would keep publishing any materials that would be delivered to the KLA War Veterans Association? Yes or no?
Nderuar nuk kam bu
I already said publicly to all television and media outlets, I am not responsible for protecting such documentation. I will make it public because I don't want to be blamed for that.
The 22nd, is this correct?
Unë tregova një herë nuk di.
I answered it once. I don't have anything else to say.
Tregova një herë nuk kam.
I said so once. You can ask me as many times as you wish.
Mr. Guzzatti, you cannot avoid that. So is your answer yes or no?
Shumë vjen keq, po mendon se
I'm not afraid of saying anything. I'm not afraid for what I have done. I said every document that comes to my office to the detriment of my country, I will make it public.
And you said so even between the 7th and the 22nd of September. And between the 7th and the 22nd of September, did you and Nazim Haradinaj publicly encourage the person who delivered the documents to bring you more documents? Is this right?
nuk është e vërtetë se unë
It's not true. I don't know that person, first of all. And I would never inspire someone to bring me documentation that would make me end up in prison. How can I say that? There is no logic in that. How can I say to someone, bring me documents and then make me end up in jail in The Hague? This is not true. It doesn't stand to reason.
Such invitation through your public statements to the media, didn't you?
kur në jetën time
Never in my life have I said to the said person that I don't know, I've never seen him, to bring me documents from the special court and then that I will make them publish. Find it somewhere. If you have facts, prove it to me and to the honored judges.
Referring to the third press conference, to start with the first example, and this is exhibit P0035, and I'm referring to page 2 of the transcript. And in that occasion, Nazim Haradinaj stated in front of the camera, with you sitting next to him, he left a message saying that from now on he would bring CDs, and we will welcome him again, even if he brings CD. Do you recall such circumstance, Mr. Guzzatti?
shumë vjen keq se kam dëgjuar.
I haven't heard, I regret having not heard Nazim Haradinaj saying that. Neither myself nor Haradinaj have said that to encourage him to bring us documents or CD. It's not true that I said to that gentleman, please bring me more materials. So this doesn't stand at all.
Ti të lutum bir
I have not told him that please bring us material and CDs.
And you didn't hear Nazim Haradinaj mentioning these words while he was next to you, sitting there at the press conference. Is this what you're saying?
Me sinceriteti më të lartë po të them se nuk kam
I don't need to lie. I'm the father of 8 children, and I have 10 granddaughters and grandsons. I'm very frank. I did not hear Nassim Haradinaj say that. We don't need, neither of us need to lie. Even although I was sick, I don't think I heard anything.
Same press conference, still on the 22nd of September. At a certain point, you agreed with Mr. Haradinaj that if the person who delivered the documents would bring these documents again, you would name him with a different nickname, and you would call him this time Flying Saucer. Do you remember this anecdote that happened in front of cameras, Mr. Guzzatti?
nëse ka mundësi pyetjen edhe një herë.
Can you repeat the question, please, if possible?
Conference, Nassim Haradinaj stated the following. His promise that I'm referring to Exhibit P35, page 8. He has promised that he will bring CD. We will now renaming the Flying Saucer Chairman, if you agree, if you accept my proposal. I'm declaring this publicly. If he brings CDs, we will call him the Flying Saucer. Can we call him that, Chairman? To which you laugh. Do you recall this exchange?
Hera parë që ndëgjoj,
It's the first time to hear that. Maybe it's me or someone else or myself, but I have not mentioned Flying Saucer in any media outlet myself, but I have not heard Nassim either. I can't say yes, but I am saying the gentleman said he's going to bring CDs, but as to us having said flying saucers, this is something that I have not heard. I don't know it.
To show, if possible, the video P0035, and the timestamp is from 001904 to 001940. This is an invitation to the court officer, if possible. And as the video is prepared, I have another two questions for Mr. Guzzatti. On the same occasion, a few minutes later, Mr. Haradinaj stated in front of the cameras, one like this one is welcomed. He is welcomed, I'm telling you. We will not disclose his identity, even if he comes without wearing a mask. To which you reply, no, it is not our obligation. Do you recall this exchange, Mr. Guzzatti, from the third press conference?
nëse ka mundësi të më tregoj.
Can you please tell me what I have said? I am not understanding you.
Of the third press conference, Nassim Haradinaj, referring to the person who had delivered the documents to the KLA or Veteran Association, said the following words. One like this one is welcomed. He is welcomed, I'm telling you. I will not disclose his identity, even if he comes without wearing a mask. And then you intervene and you state, it is not our obligation. Do you recall having said that?
All right, this is not a memory game or test. If Ms. Bellicci has got the reference, perhaps you can just play it to Mr. Guzzatti.
First, I would like the witness
Thank
to
you,
answer
Mr.
the
Rees.
question.
Mr. Gucciatti, will you please answer?
Ato që thu ti që ka dhënë Nasimi,
What you are putting to me, even though Nasim was very close to me, and even though it's not in our purview to discover the person, is the duty of the police. It's you, investigators of the special court. If I knew the person, I publicly called on television and saying, come and let us find the person. You have the transcript. We have the transcripts. We will send them to you. This is my answer.
Did you or did you not, you and Nazim Haradinaj, state in front of the camera that this person would always be welcome? Did you state that?
unë se besoj.
I don't think so. It may be, but I don't think so. Frankly speaking, I don't think so. Maybe it is. Even if it is, there is nothing wrong, because we wanted to prove something, that you are cooperating with Serb criminals.
And did you and Mr. Haradinaj state that the person who was bringing documents at the KLA War Veteran Association was like if someone would bring you baklava? Did you recall that? Do you recall that?
Vjen shumë kesh një
I've never mentioned that in my life. Please, if you have the recording, show it to the honored judges.
Nëse unë kam thonë kështu që baklava,
If I have said so, then I will be held responsible for that.
Please repeat yourself.
If the video is available, I would also ask, please, to put on screen for the benefit of the panel the transcript of the third press conference, which is P00035 ET.
Is this a public?
In this particular page, it's public, but we can use the public redacted version. Yes, there is no confidential information in the excerpt I'm going to show.
All right.
Page 8.
What about the video?
unë me të vetë ty në shkollë.
Dhe një pyetje tjetër po të më thonë se për këtë trofeje që thatë më herët, do të thonë është një rast treq që një fotografi që është dukur, a fiksoni pa mënyrë që mund të sjellat diçka tjetër?
Po zotitja, as që kam rëveshë që na nuk friksohemi që po na me presin. Po ai ka premtuar që do të jetë sedetash. Atë do ta shyj pjata fluturuse nëse flutor, nëse ma prandon.
Do you recall, Mr. Guzzatti, having discussed with Mr. Haradinaj in front of camera that the next time the person would bring you materials, you would name him Flying Saucer?
Microphone, please, for the witness.
A kam fol, apo veç kam qesh?
You cannot attribute that to me. Did you hear carefully? You see me only laughing. I didn't say anything.
Only Nazim Haradinaj to be blamed for that. You laughing next to him didn't share these statements from Nazim Haradinaj.
Vetëm lutem.
Please, I don't want to blame Nasim Haradinaj. He is not responsible at all. Why? Because he mentioned the pseudonym?
Hear Nazim Haradinaj saying what I just quoted for you, didn't you?
You initially said Mr Guzzatti, and Nasim Haradinaj said we will say flying saucers. I said I didn't mention the words flying saucers. You cannot change the questions put to me. I said it's not a big deal if someone says we can use the pseudonym Flying Source.
Press conference, this is what happened. You accepted that the video is accurate, that Nazim Haradinaj proposed you this nickname, and you laughed about it. Is this correct?
If you think I should have cried for the mistake of having the document leaked from here, I won't accept that, never. I smile or laugh because we were surprised how such documentation came out or was leaked from your office and arrived in Pristina.
I would like now to play the part of the video within timestamps 002128 to 002142.
Before you do that, Mr. Cadman has a question or comment.
Your Honor, thank you. I apologise for interrupting prosecuting counsel, but remotely we don't actually get to see the videos. We don't get to see the exhibits. I raised that. It's a further complication to the proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. Cadman. I think you do have the transcripts, though, do you not?
No, we don't, Your Honor.
Each exhibit is,
I'm actually relying on getting the transcripts at the end. Of course, we have the transcripts of the videos, but as the videos are being played in court as part of these proceedings, in order to participate as counsel in these proceedings, our team should be able to observe those.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cadman.
I just want to mention that all the videos have been disclosed in the prosecutor's presentation queue.
That wasn't the point I was making, Your Honor. Of course, they've been disclosed, but if we are to participate in the proceedings effectively, we have to be able to participate in the proceedings effectively.
Mr. Cadman, just a moment.
Overruling every objection we make is not making things any easier, Your Honor.
Mr. Cadman, just a moment. We've been advised that the video can be sent to you so that you can view it.
Thank you, Your Honor. I can now see them.
I'm sorry, you can see it now?
I can see KSC AV, so yes, I can see that now.
Thank you.
Great.
I would like to show to the accused the excerpt of the video between timestamp 002128 to 002142. Still in page 8, yeah.
Aktiv, sikur. Do të bjesarën për livrit e dherë, bjesarën. Vile për të kalzaj, unë edhe pa ma ashtë me pas kalzaj. Sështë obligim ju, obligim.
Mr. Guzzatti, did you hear Mr. Haradinaj saying that one like this one is always welcomed, and I will not disclose his identity even if he comes without wearing a mask? Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
The panel, the reference is page 10 of the English transcript, I apologize. And did you answer that it is not your obligation to what Mr. Haradinaj had said in the course of this press conference?
It is true that I supported and support Haradinaj in that regard. It's not our obligation to protect thieves from stealing things in different countries.
That you and Nazim Haradinaj did encourage the person who delivered the documents to deliver more documents to the KLA War Veteran Association, didn't you?
No. It's not true. We did not encourage him to bring documentation and to create problems for us. I wanted to know who he was. Why should he create problems for us? I am here in detention for 15 months. I didn't say that he should go and steal documents in Holland and bring them to Pristina. Prove it to me that we have told this gentleman go and steal documents and bring them to us. No, this is not true at all.
And when you and Haradinaj publicly stated in front of the cameras that one like this is always welcome, did you intend him to discourage him from bringing more materials to the KLA War Veteran Association?
I did not need to encourage the gentleman to do that. He brought them by himself on his own. Why should I? I had no reason to tell him to bring them. He didn't ask me or Nassim or you. What reason did I have? Show me the reason and then I will answer you.
Mr. Guzzatti, did you keep repeating even after the third press conference that you would publish materials that the unknown person would bring to the KLA War Veteran Association? Did you?
On which date? Because on the 25th I was arrested. Which date? Which year? Which time? Please.
Conference. Did you keep stating publicly in front of the media, in front of the cameras, that you would welcome materials to be delivered at the KLA War Veteran Association?
I don't know. What are you talking about? After the conference? Might be the next day or after 5 hours? Give me the exact time. Because I gave many interviews. I was present in many meetings, television debates, and so on. So please tell me when exactly.
Guzzatti, do you accept the possibility that in the days after the 22nd of September and before your arrest, you kept stating in front of cameras that you would welcome further deliveries from the person who brought documents at the KLA War Veteran Association?
I can't say yes or no without looking at the fact. Please prove it. I always said the gentleman who is bringing documentation, which we have made public, but at the same time, I called on your investigators to come and discover who that person was. This gentleman is bringing documentation, come over and find. Then if I have said he is welcome, then publish it. There is nothing secret here.
So you accept, you did say so.
I am not accepting it. Don't put that to me.
Particular to an interview that you gave to Euronews Albania on the 22nd of September, and I'm referring to the exhibit P00029 ET, and I'm reading from page 2 of the transcript, which is public. And you stated, yes, the anonymous person who brought those files, indeed, said that in the next few days he would bring different CDs with some material. And again, we will act the same as we did today or in the past few days. We will do the same. We will inform the Kosovo public and all Albanians around the world, wherever they are. We will show them that the Specialist Court collaborates with Serbian courts, with the Serbian Supreme Court. They cooperate and receive materials from Serbia against members of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Do you accept having said that?
I declared also this morning the same thing. You are collaborating with Serb criminals and with Miloš. with the prosecutor of the special court.
On the 22nd of September, you kept calling for new materials to be delivered at the KLA World Veteran Association throughout, and you encouraged further deliveries to happen.
Asnjë moment,
No, for not a moment, not a second did I call on this person to bring documentation to the WVA. Not for a single moment did I call on this gentleman to bring documents to this organization. Neither me nor Nassim Haradinaj, no one from the KLA WVA.
And Mr. Guzzatti, is your position to keep stating that, notwithstanding the videos that have been shown to you today?
Well, Your Honour, I do object. I've said it before, this is not a memory test. If there are specific parts of the recordings that Ms. Bellici wants to put, she should put them.
Can you hear now, Mr. Guzzatti?
shumë pak e kom dëgju.
I didn't hear very well. When the prosecutor was speaking to me, I didn't listen to the question properly. The interpretation was in a very low voice.
I think what we'll do is take this moment to break for
Yes.
the day. It's 4 o'clock. Mr. Cadman is raising his hand, and I know he doesn't feel well. Go ahead, Mr. Cadman.
Well, first of all, I have already checked with the court officer whether we are finishing at 4 because my temperature has now gone up to 39. But more importantly, being able to properly represent Mr. Haradinaj, the exhibits, when we look at them through the remote system, are completely out of focus. We can't follow them at all. I'd only ask that if we are to proceed properly tomorrow, something needs to be done for that. I don't want to be complaining about things every 30 minutes, but it's making it very difficult, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Cadman. We'll do our best. Something that we need to take up, Mr. Haradinaj. Can you hear me, Mr. Haradinaj?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Able to come to court tomorrow, that you would rather stay where you are and observe over the media. Is that correct?
I think, for the sake of others, not to come tomorrow and come the day after. I don't want to put anyone else in danger. The day after I will be there.
Cadman, do you agree to this position by Mr. Haradinaj?
We had discussed that position very briefly earlier, Your Honour. It is Mr. Haradinaj's position that he doesn't want to expose anybody else. And we've already set out what we consider to be the concerns of proceeding when the virus is so rampant. I think he's taking a very sensible decision.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that we cover the bases. It is you consent to that decision.
I do, Your Honour.
Okay. And Mr. Haradinaj, you understand that it is...
We will have a consultation through Zoom as we were promised. So we are speaking in Croatian with him that he doesn't understand very well, but after our meeting in Zoom, we'll have an accurate decision. My personal opinion is, as I already explained.
Perhaps you can prepare a written document for his use tomorrow in case he makes a different decision. Is that all right? Agreed, Mr. Cadman?
Yes, Your Honour.
Okay, thank you. We will be adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow. Mr. Guzzatti, I remind you, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anybody. You can certainly talk to your attorney about other matters, but not about your particular testimony. Thank you all for being here today, and thank you to the translators and all the court personnel, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All rise.